Okay, hey, wait, what? Um, hi, Tingris. Well, okay, I need, I did not check this out before I started streaming. That's restream. That is the bots thing. Uh, this is the thing I want. Okay, I am doing well. A bit confused on why I'm not showing up, but otherwise I am good. Wait. I just did a graphics, my driver's update too. Okay, this is apparently 1,000 by 1,000, and I'm still not showing up. This is really weird. I do not have control over this right now. There, I got a PNG on screen. It is broken. I I actually can't do anything right now about this because for some reason this didn't work. Actually, you know what? Let's try something. Let's try a second browser. This might be happening. Yeah. Yeah, this is. I can already tell you why this is happening. This is happening because I updated my drivers and did not restart OBS. I updated my graphics drivers because Space Engineers crashed without me doing that. That's why I'm also a bit late. So, okay, do you say things first? Off. I am in creative mode, or I do have creative on. There is a reason for this, and the reason is simply I'm out of material. I'm not out of like stuff to make basic stuff. I'd empty, but most of the resources I have to make stuff. Like, the things I need to make are, well, simply not there. I've transferred all the stuff to where I need it to be transferred to. And I did complete the control center for the automation of the components off stream. I Okay, there is a major reason why I did it off stream. This took me nearly 10 hours to complete. And it was pretty much the exact same stuff over and over and over again. I had already done these 4 and up to these 6 on stream. That is the reason why I did not do the rest on stream. And when I say 10 hours, I'm saying 10 hours without breaks. If I counted the breaks too, it would have been longer. To Yeah, just to give you an idea of the process to do this entire thing. This is, if I did this all at once, this would have been a massive task. Yes, beyond what you think. I did this entire thing in segments. I got something working. So let's go here. I got this part working first. This is the one that is important. These are parts. Why is that off? That is the construction components. But this is 20. This is 20 components, each individually being made infinitely. Refined resources go in to make the component into this cargo container. The manufactured parts go into here. That cargo container fills up a certain amount, and this event controller turns off the assembler, and uh, this sorter, it only turns off these two. And it actually does one other thing, but that's up there that I add later. Right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Each of these had to be renamed. Each of these had to be renamed to have the component it was making. So it's each one is slightly different. That means that my calculations were off. Oh my god, my calculations were off. Sorry, I went a little crazy again during this. Because that's 6 components. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because there's a component behind here. 6, 7. 8, 9. No, wait, there were. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, yeah. 9. I'm pretty sure there was 10. Well, it seems like 9. So there. I was off. I was rounding. But since each component had to be renamed, not the buttons, thank God. But to give a rough estimate, I had to rename 200 blocks. If I wanted to do the total thing, it's probably a bit more or a bit less. With the 9 blocks, having 9 blocks being renamed, it's 180 blocks. That's just the renaming. That's not going in here. Typing in the name of the block and the sort going through and adding all the components I need to add, or all the machines, all the stuff I need to add. Because some of these things, like, let's go in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, I was right. There is 10. So it is 200 blocks. 200 blocks. Each one has 10. But having to rename each block, then say go into the event controller, looking up the thing, and doing this, it gets monotonous. And then having to go into the sorters. That one I don't have to touch, the at one. But steel plate to cargo container, I have to whitelist, turn it into a whitelist, look up steel plate, which is, thank God, for the newest update, because they added a search bar here. Before, you had to search through this list manually. It's every item in the game. Which I did these sorters before that. Well, it's a matter of copy and pasting the text for some of this. Just with slight changes. It's a matter of looking up and making all this stuff. I did make this in survival. It just, after I got to the end of this part, I had completely run out of the resources that I needed to make anything else. That is why the creative stuff is on. I also added toggle for like all the assemblers on and off. That includes the sorters and such. But I can also just manually look at this. That's the component, and that light right next to the name of the component is whether the machine is on or off. Like it says up there, green is on, blue is off, or red is off. Then green is full, and blue is not full. So everything with a blue light on it is where the cargo container is not filled to its specified amount. It's just I can't make any more of the components, and some of them should be filled, but they're not. And then also here is telling me how full the cargo container really is. But yeah, this did take like 10 hours without break. It's just a bunch of renaming and repeating the same process over and over again. Now, I'm not sure if you were here, Tingers, when I said this. Okay, I can do that now. But I did have to reset the world. The world has been reset. My base has moved places simply because I could not mine. I have removed the vanilla tweaks thing. Yeah, so I lost all my waypoints. Apparently, I need to rotate this entire base to face the sun because solar panels or something that's helping keep this thing powered. I thought I did that already, but apparently not. And I also have to go to nearby asteroids and figure out where resources are now. So I need a drill drone. And since I'm out of resources, I don't really have a choice other than to do what I to use creative mode. Because yeah, I've kind of deconstructed that already. I didn't want to deconstruct this thing, but yeah. Also, I am completely surrounded. Over there, over there, over there, over here. There's at least one vessel. In... Oh, did I find? No, that one's still in view. But this is a large gap. But yeah, I'm basically completely surrounded. So I did change up most of the stuff on stream. I did this because if I'm doing this, I might as well just change it up to the way I want the final design to be. I made the thing in creative mode anyway, and I've had to change worlds twice now. So I'm not going to be bothered by it. And again, the lander. I'm not even sure I'm going to be able to get this thing out of here as it stands right now. And I don't want to deconstruct this. I have to figure out. This is probably not going to work on planet. This is the drill ship for that. I would take this out and drill with it. It just kind of doesn't have everything I need it to have. And I ran out of those components, and I want to leave a drill ship here. So as things currently stand, this is basically my only solution. Okay, program a block, edit, grab scripts, refresh. I want LCD on this check. It's gonna freeze. Check this okay, and do this. Click OK. This goes here. Custom data, and I have the Steam community page for it up. I just need to look up the command again because I keep forgetting it. There's so many commands for this. Okay. And just here's what I'm gonna read off the LCD command thing. Command cargo displays the cargo space of a specific cargo container. Only from cargo containers. Like the cargo containers I have on this. Like custom command, custom title. Command by default writes cargo used in the output. You can now overwrite that by using a secondary argument like this. To display only cargo from group storage with title like storage, I do cargo group at a group thing. So G, the two dots, semicolons or something. I don't know what they're called. Storage with brackets and such. No argument. Secondary argument overrides the cargo used. New console custom text. Basically, if I put storage in all these names, I'm gonna look it up here. Get out, go here, type cargo, use this one specifically, type that, type this, this, will actually show how much storage I have left in all my cargo containers out of the total 4 I have. I'm doing it this way. I'm not making a group, I'm renaming the blocks. I'm getting around the group thing by naming all the cargo containers the same way. So I haven't made a group. I'm just looking at a cargo container named this. And there happens to be 4, because if you look at this inventory 10,000, each one of these cargo containers stores a volume of 10,000. But the storage for the cargo container on here is marked as 4,000 or 40,000 instead of 10,000, meaning it's combining all the storages from these guys together. This right here is, well, a long-range detector, basically. Pinpoint or a large detector that is a long-range detector that is directional. We have, where is it? Right here. Nope, not right there. Right here. This is the ore detector I had on the other one of the miners I had. I think there's like a small one somewhere too. Or I tried putting one there, but I kind of stopped. This is the medium ore detector from another mod. It just detects ores in a large area, but that is radio. I don't really need anything more than 300, but it's a 2x2. I'm gonna do something right now, since I have this Your Drone V5 hydrogen tank. And I'm gonna set this one to stockpile. Get out, scroll up on my wheel, go to copy settings, and copy all. And paste these into every small cargo container or small hydrogen tank I have on this vessel. This will actually help me rename the thing. And I could have done the same with that. And this is from the mod build version. Now remember, storage capacity on tanks is higher than normal, because I don't want to have a lot of stuff here. So I'm also going to do DD V5 here and turn that off. I like the copy setting. I dislike that it's in the radio menu. Because hydrogen engines, I think, use a passive amount of hydrogen when they're just idling like this. And the only reason this thing isn't freaking out is because it's like attached on the bottom right here. This will actually help me rename the stuff or create groups when I'm ready to send this thing out. I still have to make one more thing before I can send this thing out. I'm not sure if I should, but if I don't, I can't go very far with this. In fact, I can only go 5 kilometers with this. I don't even... Does this thing have an antenna? It does. It has one right in front of it. This is a stone cutter. I have it on here just to use the... Just get rid of the stone. I'm not going to be using stone. I don't need the stone. It's on there just to get rid of it. And I did try to make this before I ran out of... Notice I ran out of components. So the bottom is definitely made in survival. It just, from a certain point onward, I couldn't continue to make it in survival. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I literally can't. That is, again, the main reason why. These up here are supposed to be for when it's coming in over here. I mean, over here. So it's supposed to come in here. I might add another one on, like another flight recorder, to have it fly in here, activate a timer to turn it and turn the flight recorder off. Activate the timer block for like 10 seconds or 15, 10 to 15 seconds, and just have it sit here as this thing depressurizes. I'll have it start depressurizing when it reaches here. But it's gonna arrive here quicker than I can do stuff. Basically, I get it out of a asteroid. I click a single button that will activate the flight recorder and the flight AI flight. So it automatically comes here. It just uses up a lot of fuel, which is the thing I don't want to happen most of the time. But once it reaches there, I'm gonna say it should be fine-ish. I might have to up the tank capacity again. Simply because it's like using a lot. A lot. Or I just have to make bigger crafts. So it should fly in here and probably dock to one of these. I do have a small connector over here that it could connect to, but I think having the back connector will, and having it connect to, say, like this one will work. So pretty much come in here, automatically go over and hook up straight to this one automatically. The problem right now is I can't go that far. I can't go as far as I need to go. Oh, god. Yep. I hate that bug. So, I want to ask, should I put more here? Like, should I put, like, the hydrogen tanks here? Because there is a command for tanks. Which I can easily just copy and paste. But this shows every hydrogen tank and its capacity. I don't have the cameras hooked up right now. That the grid is connected to, and not the ship, which is what I more or less want. So I want to add... Actually, let's go copy and paste. That did not work. That is not the thing I wanted it to look at. I want to look at this. I want to go here. It doesn't matter what type of hydrogen tank. It's DDV5 hydrogen tank. Looking up here, DDV5, I should get all the hydrogen tanks. And I just copy this name, do this, paste this, save as a group, take them off, labor bar, take them off there. And it is basically the same as that. What I would have to do for a group here. So I'm just going to do that. And that, yes. Now, there is no other storage device on here. I have the screen over here. I don't know what I could use it for. But I could use it for stuff like... So, say, like here. I do LCD. Just put doctor in there. I swear docked was a command. Docked is a command. But dock is not. Now this... shows everything that is docked. Apparently it counts, everything. Okay, what would I do for inventory? I'm probably going to change that out from docked to something. Inventory displays a summary for certain types of item types. It automatically adds 0 items lines for vanilla game items. Script will automatically display even modded items if they are in inventories. Inventory just so happens to be like a grand thing. So if I do that, this will show every item in the game. And we'll do a scroll list of what I have. Also show me how much it thinks I should have of each component. I don't have zone chips. Here's ammo. I don't know what a flare chip is. That's tools. So I go in here. And this will list everything in the inventory. So let's just list all ore. Because that's what this thing is for. Ore and ingots. Do I have to do anything else? Let's add a plus to them. This is what makes this tool, this script, very powerful. And now it does. There. This is how much ore I have. It got me off of that one. Inventory. Well, it's doing the ore, which is the thing that I want. Will that redo the script? No. But this is also what I want from this. I want to know how much ore I have of what. And this camera here is the info camera. DD35 info camera info. Okay. It says it's at 100%, but it's flickering. I need to rename this control block. There's a reason why I'm like renaming nearly everything on this. I don't really need to rename the drills. And that's so it doesn't get mixed up with anything else on the ship. Or anything else that it comes in contact with. Even though this is like this, it shouldn't damage. Simply because, yes, it shouldn't damage. This is still like one of the best shipbuilder games I know of. I can't put a block there because that is going out there. I will not be putting, if I have to do stuff like this on aircraft, I don't plan on doing it with heavy armor. Even if it's a, say, like fighting drone, it will be done in light. Okay, Tingers, I hope you have a good night. I do have one last thing to build, and honestly, I think I'm just gonna build it directly on here and remove it later. I also might, like, make something else. And I'm not really caring about the price of stuff. I'm gonna build this. I have resources to make some of this. I think I have the med components, which are the... Yeah, I have the medical components to make this. That's the most expensive part. Which is why I'm not, like, completely, like... No, I don't want to make it. So, I'm gonna go here. And make a little module that I can just get rid of later. So I'm gonna grab this, put it like this. these tanks, because I actually prefer these over more ones, but I will actually use the vanilla oxygen tanks. And these. Do you have a reason for that? Okay, I need to do this. It's because I want as much oxygen on here as I can. And these, I think, store more. These store 70, these store 300. Yeah, these store like 1k more. But I can put one there. Put this here. Let's actually do that. The problem is disconnecting this. There, I disconnected it. I also need to do some, like... Take that off. I'm going to put a timer block. And another flight recorder to this so that it goes from base. I have the 2 base things, and the last one is going to be for a storage drone or command drone. I'm probably going to combine the storage drone and the command drone into one. That way I can just take the command drone out and it's extra storage for long mining trips. But right now I do not have that drone and I'm only building this one. That's why I have this disposable cockpit right there, cryopod. Because I can control this from the cryopod. It's just that I can dispose of it when I want to. Okay, there. Okay, there. And okay, there. Stockpile on. I need to lock that. So this thing cannot work without the ship. Let's see. I also need to put one of these on. That is so I can turn off the thrusters when it is connected to a ship. I'm probably going to replace this merge block with a connector on top that is not going to be hooked up to the bottom or back connector. So it's going to be outside of this. So I can just park like the command ship up on top of it. Okay, stocking part 2. For now, I'm just gonna turn those off. So I'm not setting them up. DDV5 stocking. And I'm probably gonna have plates over that, yes. I know this is a giant brick. I've been making bricks. So I will still die out there. But I think this is going to be the part where I take off. So I want to do thing. I want to have connectors locked. Back. And the first. It might be also that one. I don't think it's this one. Where are there so many? Is okay, yeah, it's those two, yeah. That's connected to D5. I actually do need this one on there. I need to do that. So I go into the event controller, check if those are connected, and just go into the groups. If they are connected, I want testers off and on. If they are connected, I want stockpile on and stockpile off. If it is auction things, I want stockpile on, stockpile off. And now these should start filling up with oxygen. I have to wait until that oxygen is filled. Simply because I am getting a little low on stuff. Also, if anyone was wondering what this big monitor in the center is, this is the LCD working. This is all cargo containers, all cargo. and it is working assemblers. So this includes the survival kit that is on the lander, the main industrial assembler, and all of those. This tells me if they're working on and off too. If these mess up, this will not. This also tells me the entire capacity for my entire ship, or the entire station. These are individual. This also helps like when you want to set the precise amount of stuff. Also, I'm gonna turn that on. I really need something to tell me whether or not that is like draining or not. Let's see if the LCD command has something for that. What's enable count? Display number of enabled blocks with specified type. Okay. That would work too. Would working actually do this? Display all block types of specified type showing their working state. States is one of off on, idle working, locked on, locked, unlocked, ready, open to close, and laser antenna status. If you use groups of multiple locks, you want to have just one line show the status, filter only single blocks into of the group of locks. So a single door instead of a whole group of doors, or just a specified thruster from a group of thrusters, etc. If it may not work with some localized games, but working command for battery shows batteries charge state. That's actually pretty handy. That's actually pretty handy. Uh, but we also have like power time. Which is actually something I should have on the ship. I should have power time. Or I should have, not power time, power stored. Okay. Then I should also go to the remote control, click that, and start programming. Actually, I think I don't know. I have to disconnect this. I have to disconnect it and check. Do I have... No, I do not. This is actually an important part of this. That lets me open the doors. But before I go back, I need to take a quick washroom break. Sorry. Okay, I am back. Why is that still on? Sorry, that took longer than I thought. I have to control it through this. Can I not control it through this? I thought I could. Okay, there. This has this. That's it. I control the drone through the drone controls, which is... This is the main camera. This is view. This is the info camera. And this is... Where is it? This is the back camera. Now where is it? What one is it? Where is it? Right here. That is that. So that is switch lock. Welding bay. Drone storage. Good. I put that here. I like to have the thrusters on and off. These here. Well, the stockpile stock on. But I will also have the small let's put that there. So that one has stone and a bit of iron. Perfect. get a higher camera. I haven't changed the speed. This is the right one. Yes, it is. Well, I also just realized, this thing, it wasn't made to have anything on top of it. So, yeah. This thing also doesn't have any guns. This, I need the HUD on, or the signals on. You figure out where the ore is. It does say iron. What is this? The stone. Why isn't iron showing up at all? So there should be iron here. Got signal. But I'm not seeing the iron. Darn, like it's on. It's showing there should be. Lots of stone and a small amount of iron. That's so many names. should I be reading that over there as part of the list? I'm not getting any. I can't tell what is what. I'm guessing that's my base. Okay, let's look at the information. I do not have much. And I've literally got nothing. Got a bit of stuff. Nothing major. I need to find out actual stuff though. I wish I could turn the rest of these signals off. Actually, yeah. Used up a lot of my time. Is this the right door? I think this is the right door. That is not the right door. Okay. There are really too many signals around here. There is a reason I'm putting that there. This is just making space travel. Now I'm replacing those with those, that, and that should be good for stuff. I think I might put those like on the side there. Just so I can actually get a good view. Okay, yeah, that works. I just have to turn off the lights eventually. Actually, I should turn off the lights now. And get this thing, like, sorted out. Ores and ingots. Ores and ingots. Normally, this would be fine, but since this thing is in a loop, and right there is the only point at which those could connect. I should have a thing there, but I can't because I need that connection. Let's just unlock this. EDV5 lights. Now let's connect this to the event controller. Two, four. Lights, want them off and on. There. I'm turning that off, turning that off, so I can have a clean screen. Wait, what? Okay, that's on. These do have to be on for, let's say, it's like motors to be running. Okay, everything that is not full is on. But I'm mainly coming back just to get the discharged up on hydrogen. That has high concentrations of uh, magnesium. Okay, that should have magnesium. Yeah, so this does have magnesium. So that should have had iron. I actually do need magnesium. Because I have reactors that are running off it. I need to change that my station into a ship and add gyros to rotate it around to face sunlight. That one has stone. And nickel. What about nickel? Ice. Ice and nickel? Whatever. Is that a display for locating more mod? Or it is a mod, but all it does is add it to the monitor itself. Like, let me stop this so I can go in here. If I go to control panel. And where is it? Right here. This is the app radio. I cannot say it, but that is the mod's name also. This mod, you need an ore detector and an antenna alongside a camera, I think. Or, yeah, I think a camera. You need some components, some parts alongside it to be able to use it. You need the screen and at least an ore detector to be able to use this mod. And you have to be more or less pointing at the asteroid or a general location to get a sense of what is in there. It's pretty accurate, and you can do it from far away, but it does come with you have to look in the direction. Okay, that is right. I do need nickel, so And that is ice. I do need ice. It's a simple mod from Splitsy. So, okay. To say how you read this, these lines going up tell you what resources are on, say, like the asteroids I'm looking at. How far they go up is how much of that resource there is. So you look down, you follow these, and you look down the lines. Like there is a massive amount of stone here. Since these match up with these, there is nickel. And since they also match up with the bottom line stuff there, there's also ice, which all proved to be true. I just happen to have a modded uh, ore detector on that has a longer range. I don't even think you can make it without superconductors. It doesn't take long to figure out how to read it. Especially if you see Split's video on it. Okay, I think that's enough of that. Ah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And I kind of do agree with you the regular ore detector has too small of a radius. The mod I have on, it changes the base ore detector range from 50 to 150, which is enough. Then it adds 2 more layers to that. By adding 2 more ore detectors to the game. A medium-sized one, which is the one I have on here, and a large. These are only for small grid. Yeah. Like here. Medium ore detector. I think. Does this show the mod? No, it does not. Okay, let me do this. Control V. To go over here and this one. Oh, I thought it would show the mod. It's either this person's name or this person's name. They both do great mod stuff. Oh yeah, this one you can still make it without superconductors, but the large range, you have to use superconductors. 30 of them. Oh, and there's a large range one for large grid. I did not know that. You still need superconductors. Oh, and it's the same price. Oh no, it uses more motors. 50 more motors. But yeah, I'm using the medium right now. It also sets things to max range. So, like, the ore detectors will be on max range when you place them. Not somewhere in the middle. But yeah, the LCD with that mod is actually very useful. Say you're out in space, it has a longer range than any ore detector I have. Yeah. But there is still like a range to it. It's a few kilometers, but it's still a range. It might be the range of an antenna, which is 5 kilometers. Or a bit more. For small grid. Because I think it's bouncing signals off the rock and bringing it back. Yeah, that is all I have. This is a deep hole. Oh, okay, so that's how we're finding out that. I knew we sent signals through stuff, and seen how the signals bounce back, or how the signals react by the feedback it gives. But I wasn't exactly sure what we were doing, but it's exactly that. And yeah. Also makes perfect sense to have in this game. Okay, so that is what it's called. I didn't know the name of it. I was just taking guesses at what I know of things. No, that is a black hole. Yeah, no armor. Black hole. I've been having a bug in this world after the reset, that if I'm not like in a bed or some station, I magically get teleported to there. Same goes for any ship. Yeah, it's weird. Small bug, but nothing I can do about it. The interstellar black hole. That one wasn't out when this map was made, because that one came out recently. Also, if you're wondering why I'm static, graphic drivers update, bugs and stuff. No. Uh, the interstellar one I know of was only recently made. Let me check that. Let me check the. It's classified as planet. Oh no, not that one. What? Black hole. Terminus. This is the one. This is the Maelstrom black hole. Interstellar. Just love black hole mods. I'm not even seeing that. Oh no, I wasn't being dumb. No. I was talking about the map itself and stuff in here. Uh, like this is the cluster system. Let's get rid of that. I know it's not the full name. I'm not even. I'm looking it up on the workshop right now. Here. This is the name of the. What world I'm using, or the. Yeah. Because there are 3 stars in the system. I'll show once I get inside. and they each 3 stars. They each have some planets around them, and then there's the black hole. I can remember that now. Thing is filling with oxygen. I'm technically controlling a drone. Technically. Even though this is attached to it. I could change this up so it's like connector on connector, but I needed something like that to make it a lower profile. Because I didn't want to put thrusters on that. Why did that... Why is it like depressurizing? And I opened that. Okay. Okay, that one's gonna be stuck on nickel for a while. Okay, there. I just transferred everything over here. I just have a magnesium reactors on here. So magnesium is being used to power the space right now. Oh yeah, yeah. That would that would honestly I didn't think it was a second. I thought it was like a second or two. Yeah, this is coming. Because little graphic, but it's your flesh holding in the stuff still. Like, you won't die right away. You wouldn't be able to breathe because your lungs would explode and your blood vessels would expand drastically, but everything would still be working. Your lungs wouldn't explode; they would collapse. I mean, let's turn these off. Bloat immediately. Yes, they would bloat immediately upon exposure. But that doesn't mean instant death. That just means they've expanded. Yes, you wouldn't be able to hold your breath anyway, because it would be sucked out before you could do anything. So lungs would collapse, blood vessels expanding. You still have at least a second or two of consciousness with that. With all that happening. Or at least that's what I believe. That sounded like a storm. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. uh, that should have been in there. That's in the assembler. That's not in the key. I'm just gonna turn these all on. Green all. I might get. Yeah, actually, I should go through each of these on these event controllers and turn the off. But yes, it would not be very pleasant at all. Hmm. That should be on. Yeah, I think I need to go through it and get rid of the on and off for that. How long? This actually got me curious about that. Oh, uh, we were both wrong. How long would you survive in outer space without a spacesuit? You'd lose consciousness in about 15 seconds and die after 90. And freeze solid in 12 hours, 12 to 26 hours. Oh, that was already made. You stop wasting power. Um, what is this? That's a cert. Okay. I can't tell if I'm moving. Because right now, this is the ship. It, a ship with one gyroscope. Yes, I'm doing this just to rotate the ship. Hi, Saya. How are you? Wait. Uh, thing? Glad to hear you're fine. Okay, there. That is fully welded up. And this is fully welded up. I'm going to remove those in a bit. Bit unstable, yes. Okay, that should be everything. Let's see when this stops moving. Oh, this thing is moving so slowly. Nope, I only have power up to 100. Oh, you recently tested the scroll roll? How was that? Yep. I've tested out the mod like quite a while ago. Okay. Oh yeah. How's Space E2 been treating you? Nice. Nice, nice. I've tried it out myself. It's pretty interesting to the point where since in Spacey 1, they've added the possibility to change the rotation keys for like rotating stuff. So I've changed the AWSD and Q&E to or I've changed it to the Space Engineers 2 one to try and gain a little bit of how that should go. I'm gonna turn overhaul on and off on this one. I tried it early on, like the day it kind of came out, so it didn't have all the blocks it has now because they've been adding them weekly, if I remember. And they just added like the hydrogen thrusters now. Let's do that. Oh, I'm now have the solar panels in the almost correct direction. I keep forgetting to change this, but I can't because of that. Because it takes forever to do this. It takes forever to change out the blueprint for this base because it is massive. I'm actually finding this fascinating right now. So, look at the shadow. Yeah, it definitely does. Some stuff definitely does need refining. For Space Engineers too. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of true. I need this. Here's the gyro. Okay, I need the base gyros. Override, I need to go -30. Now I have to wonder. Did that? Yeah, I can see that. I know they're adding more corner pieces to the game. Are we still at Space Engineers still? Okay, I'm gonna do a little cheaty thing here. Just because I'm gonna stop this. To make sure this is converted back to the station. Because I kind of placed this in the world in the wrong thing because of the reset I did. Couldn't mind, so just need it. Yeah, okay, I need to go through all 20 of these. And use this one. Let's toggle on and off. This is removing that. That explains that. Interior plates. I need to set these all to just like not the one I was looking for, but I'll do this. Huh, that one works. So sad. This is my thing to make like everything, like every component in the game. I already did metal grids. That's displays. Yeah, this is like the control room for it. It's down in the bottom of the base. I am doing this because I had it so... Okay. Green light here above the name of the component means the machine is on. And the blue light up here means the cargo container hasn't hit its fill value. We can see how full each cargo container is up here. Green means it's on and it is full. I'm gonna steal this. Go for it. If you want to work for like hours on end, I say go for it. It's connected to a rotor right there, which is locked to it. It goes up, down over here. This takes a lot of work. I have each thing is named after the component itself. I have individual fill meters for the cargo container. And then I also have whether something is off, idle, and such with a master's LCD panel thing. I also have my total cargo storage. I have buttons for the entirety of my assemblers. This is by no means like radio. By no means e something that is uh easy. It's long. It's also long as anything. There are, just saying this, there are 20 components that are worth doing this for. And if you do it in the same way I did, let me just go down to show you. Right there. Okay, so this is what I did. There is a main line coming in here. There's a cargo container back here. So I have a sorter going into the assembler, a sorter coming out of the assembler into a cargo container, and a sorter coming out of the cargo container. Okay, that makes sense. Because you can use this as the storage device too. I just have these actual cargo containers in here. So if you wanted to, you could limit this to, you could take away the cargo container and an extra sorter. So what do you further explain? From for this event controller, the first one, I checked to see if this cargo container has matched my specified full amount. If it has reached that, or has gone past that, I turn off the assembler and turn the sorter out so it doesn't take any more like resources from the main storage unit. But the cargo container always has its uh, way out available, so I can pull components no matter what. This is literally just here to prevent any backfeed of components going into this cargo container from me not wanting them to backfeed into it. And that's for each of these. That's part one. Let's go to the command. Now I have switches on the bottom cargo containers. Or, no, I have the switch on the sorter. So, like, let's just look at steel plates. So, the steel plate sorter to the assembler has the steel plate and 9 ingots. These are whitelisted. They go through, they can go into the layer, and that. This one just has steel plates, and this is just empty because you don't really need the thing. It's just to prevent backflow. But there are 10 blocks per thing. I've renamed them all. Steel plate assembler. Just makes steel plates easily. Why not use a renamer? Is that a mod? Easy block rename. Ah. I didn't know about that. I did this manually with Build Vision. Only in build useful as it renames all O ones. Okay. That's to complete everything. There are two event controllers, one that just detects whether or not the block is off and on, and the other one that detects whether or not it is full. The one that is full does most of the stuff. Like, it changes the full, like, to green when it's full and blue when it's not, based off of the set color command that is new. That's all that one does. Then you also got the on and off squirt bow, which you don't really need. But I turn off the sorter for steel plates to assembler, so I don't grab extra iron. Like say I have a big stockpile of iron. This is just to prevent like excess iron from continuously going in. Or excess resources that I don't need in there. Uh, but yeah. And then the timer block is just for the button. So you don't really need the timer block if you're using like the assembler for storage and you're not turning on and off the input sorter too. And this is just a drain thing, which you would use the assembler one since you're doing this. So you'd cut down on the blocks from 10 to you'll eliminate 3 of the blocks. Everything else is something that I have not eliminated. I haven't really not put them through. I just simply wanted a cargo container to hold the stuff. So that's why I have the extra stuff. You can probably make it more streamlined if you just use the assembler too. But basically there is a main input line and a main output line that keeps the assemblers separate. Or one way through. Okay, that should be each of those. I'm gonna fly through here and make sure these are on drain all. And if you wanted to do something, say like say you wanted to have one that an extra event controller for how empty the block is, so it turns on drain if it was past a certain emptiness. That could work too. I think I need more oxygen tanks. I'm turning that off because I don't have the stuff for that. So let's just use steel plate. Yep, these turn on, and once they reach the full amount, which this one should eventually, because I know I have like way more steel plates than the cargo container holds, should turn off. There. So once it reaches the desired amount, it turns off and flips the stuff. Like, let's turn on everything. And turn it off. Now I turn on, drain all the sorters to assemblers. There. And that makes sure all the sorters to assemblers are on. Draining all is off on them. But it's a very handy system. Why is this off? That is the glass. Glass. Okay, so it's not that. So there's two assemblers. That's why. So you might want to add an extra, like, an extra light somewhere, like down here, to with a extra something. I'm not sure. To detect whether or not something is doing something. Like, I don't know how to have a extra sorter or something to detect if a sorter is draining all or not. Because, like I have a bunch of open controllers somewhere. And there's nothing in here. You detect. If sorters are being drained or not. I don't know why. But the air vent that controls these just really doesn't like this place. I have to go out and find iron. Okay, that looks like iron, stone, and cobalt. Because there's, or silicon. Okay, I have to turn this on and slow down the grid. Did I over-explain? Perfect. Perfect. Really good. Oops. I guess I stopped the time. Sorry, this still is surprising me. Uh, all of these white names out here are vanilla. These are not mods. They are not my markers. They are actual ships. They all spawned while I was redoing the base. I bet to make things a bit more accommodating because I decided to change out one thing to have more, so I could take out my large lander when the time came. Oh wow, that's like just out of the range from the base. Also, it took me like 10 hours to do all the programming I needed to do for the component manufacturing. Because I'm doing 10 blocks, and that's like, it's literally renaming 200 blocks with slight variance between the names in sets of 10. So I highly suggest doing it for like main components first, like components that you use fairly often. Whole building, and the components that you don't use often, like the medical components, the gravity components, the reactor components. Those are far more suitable for, like, oh hey, I have some stuff, something I need these components for. Make them for that thing, and instead of I'm making this for all my things. I'm making this and I'm having X amount all the time. I'm gonna go do a once around this meteor. Or asteroid. That doesn't bode well. I won't need cobalt for a while, but Well, that marker no longer has cobalt. And my base defenses are about to get tested out. I also gotta repair this because I haven't blueprinted it yet. Oh, great! This is kind of why I had this like this. But, that got rid of so much hydrogen. Yeah, let's go rid of cobalt. Hi, RNG, how are you? I am doing well. I am currently fixing my mining ship. They got hit with some stuff. You should eat something if you're hungry. What are you doing? You just waking up? Okay. Let's do that. I guess it's not coming after me now. Control B. Yep, this always takes so long with blueprints. Do we click copy to clipboard? But you definitely should get some eat soon. Come on. This thing doesn't have... Actually, yeah, it did. Oh. Can I... like... Yeah, I need to remove that blueprint. I need to redo it. I actually don't know what that did. Did it do something up here? Because that definitely started trying to weld up some blocks. I don't have anything to fight right now. Or fight with, except for the base. Let's put something like this over here. And take this away. Let's pick the right spot. Okay, I messed up that. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm making a little extra platform right here where I can put monitors for things I want to monitor on the ship. This is gonna load up slowly over time. So I want big screens for things. I could. No, I cannot have that this too big. So I will stick to these. Yeah. It's just gonna slowly load up. So let's do this. So let's do power summary. Power summary. Power used. Power stored. Power. I feel like I just get rid of power. Okay, so power summary displays total power output for specified blocks. No argument, all reactors, solar panels, and batteries. So if I do something like this, would all work? Apparently all works. Apparently I'm generating 3.1 and I'm using 1. That should have updated. I'm just going to go back to non-argument 1. Yeah. I think I'm just going to put auction here. That should get me a lot of can't even read that. Because I have a lot of auction bins on here. I think that's H2. How do I do working again? So it's off idle working. Did I spell it right? No. Yep, worked. And get something like that. It's not showing up. I thought I could do oxygen. Actually, let's just do that on the screen. I apparently got 3 stonecutters somewhere. Oh yeah, those are on. Those are on the lander. And let's do inventory. Yeah, that will get there eventually. I think I'm going to do separate ones. I want that. And I think I want a third with components.
Energy low.
Okay, there. Did I? Oh, yeah, we should do tanks. Hydrogen. As well. Apparently, I need a lot more stuff. Where are the... Not this. Get a ladder. This is for when I'm out of stuff. You get up here. Batteries are slowly doing it on. But this makes no sense. I'm producing. So I have 3 sets of
Energy low.
things. I have reactors. So I just want reactors, like in general terms. I have solar panels. I actually don't have anything else. That is weird. Is it without the S? No? Oh, yes, it's without the S. The reactors aren't making any. That's making these reactor. Let's do that. And that's making up a lot more. Let's charge up.
Energy critical.
I can do this because I have an airlock on the stuff. So I don't want to. I kind of do want yield modules, but I want speed. I want these to process fast. Two speed, two yield. Ain't the best, but it's better than nothing. That's the best setup I could ask for right now is probably all one. Oh wow, it's just refining iron now. I need silicon. But I have reached the 4 hour mark. I can't remember where all the explosives came from. Like legit, I do not know. That's still useful. Okay, I'm probably gonna go next time. I'm probably gonna find more stuff, like more ores. Fix this thing's blueprint. I just do that now. And you need admin controls to fix this stuff. Is I need to copy. I'm not gonna paste. Okay. What's going on? This is completely separated. Yes, I replace it with what's on the clipboard. Right there. everything that was nope. That. Ah, forgot that was still on. Okay, there. That thing has a blueprint. Let's check. Yep. I just took off all excess stuff. It's not set up with anything, but I think this has been a good enough stream for now. So I hope you all have had a good time, and I hope to see you around. Andrea, I hope you got something neat. I hope you all, the rest of you, all have a good day. Thank you for the raid. Oh my god, I forgot to do this. Thank you so much for the raid. So yeah, check out. So yeah, they were playing Vintage Story. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Saya. I forgot. I forgot to do the shoot slow until just now. So yeah, go check out Saya. They're a good person. I hope Vintage Story went well. You got it. It's been so long since someone rated me. But yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful day. I'm going to be heading off. I'm going to check out Saya again. For those not on Twitch, Saya the Ketsun. SAYA _ the underscore KITSUNE. That is Sayer's name on Twitch. Not sure where else, but yep. Okay. Linktree is where I have all my links. Twitter and Blue Sky is where I will be posting updates and when I'm live. Copies, please support me. I place live when I'm live on everything, Coffee, and YouTube, where you will also find my past VODs. Usually a week after they are done. If not, it means there is a backlog stuff, which is always exciting. So thank you all for coming to stream. For a sec, I thought I was seeing things. I need to get in bed, and that's it for today. Again, thank you all so much for coming to stream. I truly, truly do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid, Saya. And I truly do hope each and every one of you has a wonderful day, evening, or afternoon. Good luck at work for everyone that's at work, and yeah, later.